Evening racing fans.
Okay. Yep. You're you're live.
We are live on a Friday night at Grand River Raceway. And our first race will go to post in approximately about 14 minutes. So let's get right to it. The changes on this evening's card of racing. Beautiful night. Track will be listed as fast, lovely here in Elora, Ontario. Fans note we're just having a couple of technical problems, but we'll be with you in just a moment. Fans note here are the changes on this evening's card of racing. And note there are no changes in race number one. No changes in race number one. Note in race number two, Anthony Hahn is going to drive number two, Sailor Shadow. Anthony Hahn will drive the two. Note a scratch of number 7, World Revival. Race 2, scratch 7, World Revival. Note in race number 3, it'll be Colin Kelly to drive number 7, Marzank Hanover. Colin Kelly will drive Marzank Hanover. In race number 4, note that Travis Henry will drive 3 Dial Me Up. That's Travis Henry driving Dial Me Up in the 4th. In race number 5, note that 5 PL Quicksand, the driver Austin Sorey. Austin Sorey will drive the 2 PL Quicksand. No other changes. Race number 6. Note that number 8, Brookdale Mac, just an equipment change, blind to side rolls. That is blind bridle to side rolls. Race number 7, scratched is number 5, Cabot Tower. Race 7, scratch 5, Cabot Tower. I think we have things working now, so I'll let that catch up with me.
Okay. Did you already say this, Gary?
Note in race number 8, there are no changes. No changes, race number 8. Just an equipment change on the 7 Fear the Crush. Bridle change, blinkers to blind bridle. That is blinkers to blind bridle.
Press it this way again.
Note in the 9th race 6, Feisty Like Fire is scratched. Race 9, scratch 6, Feisty Like Fire. And the 10th race, no changes. No changes, race number 10. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Note in race number 1, no changes. And the second race, scratched to 7, World Revival, Anthony Hahn drives to Sailor Shadow. Time to welcome in our co-host, Robert Reed Jr. And Robert, a quick hello, and then I want to get right to the pick 5 because we are running a little bit behind. How you doing, Rob?
That pick 5 because we're down to 6 minutes to post right now, and of course the pick 5 is one of my favorite wagers here at the river, and it's guaranteed at a $5,000 pool with a low take at a 15%. And Gary and I usually will map out our suggested tickets for you, so we'll have a chat about that. I don't know if we're going to have the graphics up for the pick 5 tickets, but we can still discuss the sequence right now if you like, Gary. So for yours truly, Gary, tonight, it's pretty I thought it was kind of tough sledding in these multi-leg sequences. I'm spending a little more than I usually do on average throughout the night in both the pick 5s and the pick 4s, but pretty excited. I know you're probably pretty excited too for the return of a horse in race number 1. That's number 9, Saint Lads Criminal. I know that last year he went on a terror here at the river. He had 8 consecutive victories. That was over the half mile surface, but I think he'll like the 5/8 just fine. And he's going to be my single in race number 1. I do love his chances, even though he hasn't raced in a long time. The qualifier was a good one, and he's going to be who I'm going to hang my hat on in this early pick 5 sequence. Race number 2, because of the scratch of the 7 World Revival going too deep with the 1 and 6. That's Onyx Bovino, and the 6 Gladiator SBG. And then the third race where I'm going to spread it a little bit, 1, 2, 3, and 5. I thought that was kind of a tricky looking dash, real competitive one for Philly and Mares. Now there's a 3,000 last 3. And then in race number 4, the 3 and 4, that's Dial Me Up and PJ Dean. I give an edge to the 4 PJ Dean. I like what she's done at Mohawk Park. She hasn't had a lot of success there, but she's worked really hard in both those efforts since getting claimed by Corey Giles. And then in the money leg, race number 5, the 1, 3, 6, and 8. That race 5, it is a numbers of 3 or 50,000 lifetime, but it's a real stacked field. I mean, you've got a nice assortment of horses in there. I love the 8 LA Sun Control, but now he kind of meets a tougher group. So I'm going four deep with the 1, 3, 6, and 8. $12.80, Gary, is the cost of my ticket. But what say you tonight?
So listen, I have made a change in the program because I didn't know that the 7 was out in the second. So I'm with you, but we'll start in the first race. Of course, St. Lad's Criminal on top, but I did add Philly Watcher just because of the recent form, just in case St. Lad's Criminal has a problem from the trailer post. I didn't want to be out after one race. 9 and 5, but St. Lad's Criminal, boy, oh boy. Second race, so I'm with you with the 1 and 6 because now with the 7 out, that leaves me 1 and 6, so I don't want to change the price, so I'll stay with the 2 horses in there. In the third race, I only went 2 of them. I went the 1 and the 3. You have the 1 on top, and I have the 3 on top, but I took those 2 and left out the other 2 that you went with just to keep it economical. In the fourth race, I have 2 horses. You have the 3 and 4, but I have the 4 and the 5 in that fourth race, so we have a slight difference of opinion there. I did not use Dial Me Up, but I did add Ladies from Hell. I know that Ladies from Hell is in a little bit tougher, but boy, oh boy, just racing so well. And Mike Sumner does some pretty nice things. Fifth race, we're together. It's a tough race. The 1, 3, 6, and 8. I did go to the 3 on top in the fifth race, Crazy World, but I have the same 4 as you. So also $12.80.
Well, there you have it. So we kind of see things a little, similar but different, right? That's the way it usually is with myself and Gary. And again, it's a good sequence, folks. And like right now, even you see St. Lad's Criminal on the board right now at 9-2. Probably the time away from the race is gonna probably have him go off at a bigger price than we certainly saw in him last season. But I think throughout this first 5 races, there's some opportunities for some prices, and we should have a sequence that pays pretty well. You got a couple minutes to map out your winning wagers for this early pick 5, guaranteed pool $5,000, low takeout 15%. We'll be back in a few moments to take a closer look at the opening dash.
Field 4, Race 1 on parade. 1 is Southwind Infusion. Travis Henry for Ashley Lenvo and Gino Toscani. Number 2 is Brigus. Brett Madonna for Ken Oliver and Milton Young. In post 3, Shadow, Mike Whalen for Walter Whalen and Chris Nickel. And 4 is Highland Hot Sauce. Scott Golder for Michelle Bowen. Number 5, Philly Watcher. Get ready for Tarek Cochran and Susan Mix. And number 6, Hazy Coast, is Anthony Hahn for Mike Horner and Doug Wilson and Mark Horner. And number 7, Solid 9, Head Over Mario by Edo Shaw for Rennie Barassa and Jill Cowat. Number 8 is Briggs. Austin Sorry for Kathy Chikeen and John Chikeen. And 9, St. Lad's Criminal Jason Rye from Marie Helene DuPont. Will stay right there with the 9 St. Lad's Criminal. We'll bring Robert Reed Jr. in. And Robert, St. Lad's Criminal, I think if you get 3-1 on this horse and a win in here, that's a crime. You should not be able to get 3-1 on this fine animal.
I don't think you should be that price either, Gary. I guess a couple of things, right, are creating that price right now. And the 9 St. Lad's Criminal is, you know, he's been away, obviously, for quite some time, since August 29th. The qualifiers is definitely a good one, though. I mean, what I love with the qualifiers, that bookend half, right? 27-2 on the start of it, 27-1 on the end of it. I love when a horse can do that. And it's also the trailing post. But we saw him overcome so much last season, right? I mean, there were some trips that it looked like it was very improbable for him to still be able to get his picture taken, and he would still prevail. So I'm thinking that, you know, you're right. I mean, 3-1. I actually didn't think we'd see a price on him this high. Certainly not last year, and certainly not when I knew he was going to resurface soon. I thought he'd be bet off the board. But that trailing post, I think, might be part of it. But hey, I can't pick against him. I mean, we had so much fun watching him win 8 in a row here last season over the half, and I think he'll like this surface just fine.
Yeah. If you're worried about the time off, all you got to do is look at the qualifier and say, I guess I'm not that worried. 5, Philly Watcher, though, comes in good form. 4 consecutive top 2s.
Yeah, you know what? He's been racing, you know, really well as of late. Obviously, for me, we like betting horses on a regular rotation. Missed, you know, just in between 2 and 3 weeks between starts, but finished off his campaign at Western Fair with a victory, front end victory, as a heavy favorite in and around this level. And again, 6 for 19 of the season, 11 top 3 finishes. I think we know what direction he's going off the gate. He's going to be going forward, and one that you have to respect his chances. 8-1 is a pretty big price on Philly Watcher right now. A horse that, by all rights, should be on or near the lead. You know, again, like, I thought Philly Watcher would be about 3 or 4-1, you know, second choice, but you're getting 8-1 right now.
There's 2 Brigus. I expect this one to blast from the gate like 2 starts ago at Flamborough.
Yeah, I think that's you know, probably likely to see Brett McDonald push out from an inside draw here. Last time was a decent third. I mean, it's hard to really gauge that effort because Addie's Hanover was such a strong winner, so you can't really fault him too much for getting beat almost 6 lengths. And you're right, 2 back. I mean, he was on fire the entire mile. Might, you know, behoove him to kind of go out there and try those tactics again. He's an overlay as well at 9-1. I mean, I love St. Lad's Criminal here, but I thought we'd see a little more action in the direction of both Brigus and Philly Watcher.
And number 7, Solid 9, Hanover, Mario B. and Rennie Barassa off a win at Mohawk in a maiden.
Early foot, right? It definitely in his favor. Last time, though, I mean, you see he stole fractions in that effort, but he did beat some pretty decent horses. So I know it was a maiden event. I don't think this is really a massive step up for him. I think it all depends where he lands off the gate. I've got him in for a piece of it.
Well, we won't get to steal a price on St. Lad's Criminal now by the looks of it, down to 3-5. Taking up their positions, Southwind Infusion, Brigus, Shadow on the inside of the center, Highland Hot Sauce, Philly Watcher to the outside, Hazy Coast, Solid 9, Hanover, and Briggs. And the second tier, St. Lad's Criminal. It's a field of 9. First dash on a beautiful Friday night as we are gathered at the river. Field for race one is at the start of the rough, and Hazy Coast, and now Philly Watcher comes out quickest of all. Philly Watcher, solid 9 ahead of her. Hazy Coast, Brigus on the inside. Highland Hot Sauce will drop back, and now taking forth is Hazy Coast. Southwind Infusion, Highland Hot Sauce to the pylons. Then it is back to Shadow, and Briggs, and St. Lad's Criminal is trailing the field. Solid 9 ahead of her, and Mario B has a lead right now and is currently 12 to 1 on the board as they race past that opening quarter. And moving up on the outside, that is Hazy Coast, and Philly Watchers in a good spot on the inside, racing third in front of Bregas, and then Southwood Infusion. Highland Hot Sauce back to Shadow, and then further back is Briggs, and now St. Lad's Criminal is going to move to the outside and quickly try to surge up and gain some ground. But leading on up towards the half, Hazy Coast. 27 seconds opening quarter. Now Southwind Infusion has taken out, and Southwind Infusion is going to grab the lead. Brigus on the outside. Hazy Coast now has dropped back to third. And now Philly Watcher has been wheeled out by Garrett Rooney. And then it is solid 9 head of a racing fifth. Sixth is Highland Hot Sauce. St. Lad's Criminal is still back in seventh and has work to do. And then it is Shadow, and Briggs. And they race their way on toward 3/4 off that half of 56 and 2. And it is Southwind Infusion. Brigus, now Philly Watcher is sent out 3 wide. Highland Hot Sauce is 4 deep. Hazy Coast on the inside. Solid 9 ahead of her. And St. Lad's Criminal has hit high gear. St. Lad's Criminal is really rolling now, but is going to have to fan out very wide on down the stretch where they come. Philly Watcher, Highland Hot Sauce. Here comes St. Lad's Criminal as they come on down to the stretch. St. Lad's Criminal, oh, impressive, was well back going down the backstretch, and it just didn't matter. Highland Hot Sauce, Philly Watcher, and Hazy Coast, 153 and 4. Now, the price 2 to 5 on St. Lad's Criminal did drop, Rob, but look, St. Lad's Criminal raced exactly like we expected. I mean, that was quite a move from off the pace, but still, St. Lad's Criminal.
Not too much. I probably overuse breathtaking in harness racing because I'm so passionate about it. Like, he's in an impossible spot, Gary. Like, I know he's St. Lad's Criminal, and we've seen him, and I said he's overcome all these trips, but he is literally in an impossible spot to still win that race. And I mean, you can see Jason Ryan was really never concerned, and it was interesting because he was kind of letting him do his thing back there. And I said, does he have no pace? Like, what's going on? And then all of a sudden, he just kind of asked him a little bit, and you saw him kind of like pin his ears, and he's gone. Like, he went wider than I think I've ever seen a horse go. Obviously over this surface, and maybe even at the old one too. I mean, and he's just hands and heels to the wire here. Wow, St. Lad's Criminal. I'm happy to see him back. 53 and 4. Incredible return to the races for St. Lad's Criminal.
And we talked about what the bias would be at this track. Well, St. Lad's Criminal says, bias, schmias. I'm fine.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the bias, and he didn't last year either, right? But I mean, still, like, I would have. I don't know. I probably would have, if it was live wagering on that race and I had to make the odds on him, he would have been north of, like, at least 5 to 1 on the backside, because he was just so far out of it, and just kind of, when they're fanned out that wide, how do you get into the race? But it didn't matter. I mean, he just had gears the others don't have, and again, for him to do that first start back off, I know the qualifier was a good one, but it's still remarkable.
Yeah, and I thought I was smart that I took Philly Watcher just in case. Who needed it just in case?
Yeah, you actually did seem that worried at any point in the mile. You thought he was always kind of getting there. I had my doubts, but I don't anymore. He's back, and happy to see him get his 9th win over, well, not over this surface, but in a lower anyways.
Back in front of us, number 9, St. Lad's Criminal, 4-year-old Control the Moment. Brown Gelding, owned by CSL Stable, trained by Marie-Helene DuPont. Jason Ryan, Ricky Bobby victorious with St. Lad's Criminal. Season's debut and a win, and 9th win lifetime for St. Lad's Criminal. Fans note the first race is now official 9456 and the order of finish will be delayed, but 9456 is now official. The first race payouts. 9 St. Lad's Criminal, 280, 270, 240. 4 Highland Hot Sauce, $10 and $5.50. And 5 Philly Watcher, 210. $2 Exactor, $38.90. Dollar Try, $147.75. The Dollar Super, $881.90. First race order of finish from the top down 598 234 671. That's 598 234 671.
What a performance in that opening dash by St. Lad's Criminal. Welcome back to a horse that we had so much fun watching last season, and hopefully we'll get to see more of him here. But that was a remarkable performance, winning from the most unlikely position I think I've seen a horse win from here at the river over any surface. So congrats to the connections. But moving on to race 2, and it's the start of our early pick 4 guaranteed pool, $2,500. Low takeout 15%, and we're going to go through the my ticket anyways for the this pick 4 sequence. And there it is. It's on this board now. It's perfect. We got the 3 and 7 here to start us off. Actually, let's take a look here. Should be the 1. No, it should be the 1 and 6 here in the opening leg. 1 and 6 Onyx Bavino, the 1 and the 6 Gladiator SBG. So 2 deep here in the opening leg. Then in race number 3, it should be the 1, 3, 4, and 5. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, and 5. 1, 2, 3, and 5 in race number 3, going 4 deep. In that one, so we're 2 by 4 to start it off. And then in race number 4, 2 deep again with the 3 Dial Me Up and the 4 PG Dina, both horses that are shipping in from Mohawk Park. PJ Dina is one that I'm most intrigued by in there, just because I think she's worked really hard in her last couple against solid group. She's faded back to 5th in both of them, but should like her competition here tonight. Got a lot of Jason Ryan, by the way, in my early multi-leg wagers, so hopefully he can keep on winning tonight. And then race number 5, 1, 3, 6, and 8. Very competitive looking non-winners of 3 for horses and geldings on the pace. I did go to the 8 LA Sun Control on top because he's been on an absolute terror lately at the raceway, capturing the city of London. Final on May 31st. So 4 deep, anyways, in that money leg. But you've got a minute or so to work out your winning wagers for this early pick 4 sequence. Again, the pool is guaranteed at $2,500. Take us always below 15%. We'll be back in just a few moments to take a closer look at race number 2.
Field on post parade for the second one is Onyx Bovino, Jay Harris for Lacey McCabe and Glenview Livestock. Number 2 is Sailor's Shadow, Anthony Hahn for Boyd Wilson and On the Go Stable. Number 3 is Boondoggle, Austin Sorry for Don Lindsay and Paul Kleinpaste and William Amplijevic. Four is Hey Jude, Hanover Mike Whalen for Walter Whalen and Chris Nickel. 5 is Thuman, Colin Keller, Jason Libby, and Laurie Keeling. Number 6, Gladiator SBG, Jason Ryan from Marie Helene DuPont and Sylvain Deschenaux. and Gaston Bibo. 7 is scratched, and number 8 is easily the best. Travis Henry for Matt Dupuis and Rick Heeman. Field of 7, race number 2, and well, after that first race with St. Lad's Criminal being easily the best when it was all said and done, we've got one in here that just might fit the bill for being the best, but that last race at London with that break does make it a bit iffy, Rob. Onyx Bovino.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I was there for that race. It was Camelot Classic night, and I actually was pretty close to that part of the track too when the miscue happened. So it was kind of right off the top of the turn, and looked comfortable kind of in the early stages. I don't know. It may have just been a tired break, Gary, because I mean that's a solid group you're in against there, right? Chalk Hanover and company in the grassroots, and um, I think that this looks like a pretty good spot for Onyx Bovino to get back on the beam. Looks pretty good on the track right now, and not a stranger to kind of doing some finicky things. They did make that break in a qualifier as well, but I do think that you look at him with World Revival being out of this dash. I think he now becomes like the clear one to beat, and we'll see him likely push out from the pole position. However, the horse that needs a flat line, I don't like the rail that much, but I think he'll be okay.
Number 6, Gladiator SBG. I didn't know what to make of because 3 starts at Three Rivers, very fine, but now ships in. We'll see how this one fits, but 7-2.
And it could be a Ryan Dupont double, right? I mean, right back, same connections. That's always an angle I don't mind jumping on as well, but I think the same connections. I think Jason Ryan's actually got a great, lineup in this early pick 5 sequence. Multiple chances to win after St. Lance Colonel. He'll probably hate me saying that. He always hates it when I say he's going to do well because I think I said it once in a driver's contest and it didn't go so well. So he'll probably hate that I'm saying that. But anyways, I think the Gladiator SBG comes into it, 3 for 3, Trois Riviere this season. Should be confident. Now you get a barn change. I think we'll see good things from this one. 7-2 looks like value.
Number 5, Thuman's interesting because looked good a little bit earlier in the season, but the last few races not quite as good. Did flash some speed in the third panel last time out.
Yeah, he's kind of a horse that when he first came out at Western Fair. I mean, I was kind of I thought he was really remarkable. But sometimes when horses move up the they kind of move up the class ladder. They kind of water finds its level, right, and then they kind of just even out and they kind of become what they are. So he's kind of been stuck at this kind of in between a non-winners of true non-winners of 1 and non-winners of 2 level. But listen, strong barn, right? Jason Libby, and I know this horse is actually on sale on Gate with an auction that's ending tomorrow. So take that for what you will as well, right? You're gonna likely see his best today because he sells tomorrow on Gate. So keep that in mind, folks.
And number 3, Boondoggle, I think just might be the sleeper here. You might just want to pitch that last race from post 8.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I mean, I looked at him. I didn't use him. But I said, if you're looking for a horse that might really throw a monkey wrench into the multi-leg wagers, Boondoggle's the horse because he's capable. He's already shown he can kind of win at this level at the Raceway in London, and he's 8-1 morning line. He should probably be about 5-1, and lo and behold, here he is. He's 5-1. So I think he's a much bigger number in the multi-leg wagers, and he's in with a chance with the right kind of trip.
Field of 7 with Onyx Bovino as the 3-2 betting favorite. Both of us have that one on top, and Onyx Bovino, Sailor Shadow on the inside. In the center, Boondoggle, Hey Jude, Hanover, and Thuman to the outside, Gladiator SBG, and easily the best. It's a field of 7. It's the second dash on a glorious Friday night as we are gathered at the river and they're about to turn into the backstretch and approach the start. And right now, Thuman is off stride and acting up. Field for the second race is at the start. And they're off, and Boondoggle with Gladiator SBG, easily the best on the outside. Then Onyx Bovino as the field works on around the turn. Then it is back further now to Sailor's Shadow and Hey Jude Hanover, but it is Boondoggle with the early lead. Boondoggle, Gladiator SBG. Easily the best is third. Onyx Bovino is currently racing fourth in front of Sailor Shadow. And then it is back further to Hey Jude Hanover as they race off the turn and they head on towards us. And on top is Boondoggle and Austin Sorry. Opening quarter 27 and 2. Gladiator SBG is right there enjoying the view in the pocket. Easily the best is third best right now. Onyx Bovino is on the inside. And now popping out from third goes easily the best. And Onyx Bovino is going to follow on the outside and race second over. And then also moving out is Sailor's Shadow and Hey Jude Hanover is second from last as they work their way on down the backstretch, and Thuman is out of it after an early break. Boondoggle 5-1 has the lead. It is Boondoggle, easily the best in Gladiator SBG. Onyx Bovino's on the outside fourth and has some work to do and hasn't received any urging yet and is getting up a little bit closer off a half of 56 and 4. And it is Boondoggle, easily the best is second best. Gladiator SBG. Onyx Bovino's within striking distance, second over as they work their way on up towards the three quarters. Boondoggle still with the front. Boondoggle easily the best. And there goes Onyx Bovino now getting some serious urging and is moving on the outside as the field turns for home. Easily the best. Three quarters 124 and 3. Easily the best. Onyx Bovino has dead aim on easily the best now and is going to stride up on the outside. Onyx Bovino and easily the best as they come to the finish. Onyx Bovino. And on the inside coming on it was Gladiator SBG, but to finish second, Hey Jude Hanover third, and easily the best dropped back to being fourth best. Mile of 154. Onyx Bovino 3-2 on the board. Had to get a little bit of urging there coming down the stretch because that's more actually what we thought about this track where it's tough to get by. St. Lad's Criminal was certainly the outlier, but still got the job done, Rob.
Yeah, it was nice to see a little bit of versatility from him as well. I mean, I know he's raced from that trip before, but last time he's on the engine, he ends up making that miscue. This time around, it's got to be a good feeling for the connections to see him race off a helmet, make that three wide move, and yeah, we saw that from St. Lad's Criminal. That remarkable effort, that wide drive in the opening dash, but that's not going to be something that we see here maybe even again for a long time. So I think if we didn't see that in the first, we'd probably say, wow, that was really impressive, brush off cover there for Onyx Bovino. So, 3-2 on the board too. I thought he might go a little bit south of that, at post time, but, decent enough price held on him and nice to see him get back on the beam.
And note the inquiry goes up to the start with 5 Thuman because off stride before the start. Nice effort by 6 Gladiator SBG up the inside, and we also see a closing Hey Jude Hanover, mile of 154. But Onyx Bovino and Jay Harris was kind of relaxed with this one and didn't really ask until need be, and he timed it well.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it was a well-timed, drive, and again, a nice effort with the victory. I was impressed by the by Gladiator SPG because he got jammed up, right, by a pace setter that was kind of stopping, had to wait for the passing lane. Not always easy to kind of, stop and start like that, so I thought it was a good effort. And Hey Jude Hanover, a horse that, we've kind of been watching for an underneath player. I didn't go to him underneath tonight, but another nice closing effort like last time for him to get up for third.
Back in front of us, the winner of race number 2. It's one Onyx Bovino, a 3-year-old Better's Delight. Bay Gelding, owned by Glenview Livestock of Ingersoll. Lacey McCabe is the trainer. Jay Harris, the winning driver. It's the first win this year and the 4th win lifetime for Onyx Bovino, 154 flat. Fans note the judge's ruling that number 5, Thuman, was not inside the first star ball will be a refund. Refund 5, Thuman. The second race payouts number 1, Onyx Bovino, $3, 210, 210. 6 Gladiator SBG, 280, 230, and 4 Hey Jude Hanover, 320. $2 Actor, 620. Note the double of 9 and 1 is 730. Consolation double of 9 and 5, 330, because 5 was refunded. Dollar Exactor, correction, dollar try, 1560. Dollar Super, 77.45. 20-cent Supers, 15.49. Boondoggle, Hey Jude, Hanover, and Thuman to the outside, Gladiator SBG, and easily the best. It's a field of 7. It's the second dash on a glorious Friday night as we are gathered at the river, and they're about to turn into the backstretch and approach the start. And right now, Thuman is off stride and acting up. Field for the second race is at the start, and they're off, and Boondoggle with Gladiator SBG, easily the best on the outside. Then Onyx Bovino as the field works on around the turn. Then it is back further now to Sailor's Shadow and Hey Jude Hanover, but it is Boondoggle with the early lead. Boondoggle, Gladiator SBG, easily the best is third. Onyx Bovino is currently racing fourth in front of Sailor's Shadow, and then it is back further to Hey Jude Hanover as they race off the turn and they head on towards us. And on top is Boondoggle and Austin Sorry. Opening quarter 27 and 2. Gladiator SBG is right there enjoying the view in the pocket. Easily the best is third best right now. Onyx Bovino is on the inside, and now popping out from third goes easily the best. And Onyx Bovino is going to follow on the outside and race second over. And then also moving out is Sailor's Shadow and Hey Jude Hanover. is second from last as they work their way on down the backstretch, and Thuman is out of it after an early break. Boondoggle 5-1 has the lead. It is Boondoggle, easily the best in Gladiator SBG. Onyx Bavino's on the outside fourth and has some work to do and hasn't received any urging yet, and he is getting up a little bit closer off a half of 56-4. And it is Boondoggle, easily the best is second best. Gladiator SBG. Onyx Bavino's within striking distance, second over as they work their way on up towards the three quarters. Boondoggle still with the front. Boondoggle easily the best. And there goes Onyx Bovino now getting some serious urging and is moving on the outside as the field turns for home. Easily the best. Three quarters, 124-3. Easily the best. Onyx Bovino has dead aim on easily the best now and is going to stride up on the outside. Onyx Bovino and easily the best as they come to the finish. Onyx Bovino. And on the inside coming on it was Gladiator SBG, but to finish second, Hey Jude Hanover third, and easily the best drop back to being fourth. There's a look at the place photo from race number 2. Fans note we're having a technical difficulty. We have a slight delay in the start of the third race and the horses coming out of the paddock. Field 4, race number 3 is on parade. 1, Lola's Sunshine. Jason Ryan for Scott McNiven and Bradley McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Bradley Douglas. Number 2 is Milieu Fromage. It is Garrett Rooney for Harry Martin. And number 3 is Blue Glamber. It's Scott Cultiver, Mark Winnicott, and Jim Maximo Racing. Number 4, Land of Paradise. Anthony Hahn for Scott McNiven and Bradley McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst. Number 5 is Broken Todd Ratchford for Mary Ratchford. Number 6, Voom Voom, Jay Harris for Dwayne Marfisi and Royce Broxton and Hab Singh Dillon and Daryl Kaplan in green and gold. Number 7 is Marzanne Cadaver, Colin Cadaver, Kyle Bossens, and Daryl Newbegin. And a big diamond, Travis Henry for Robert Kyle Fellows and Lillian and Kevin and Brian Ladner. Field of 8, race number 3. Fans note we're going to go back to the blue screen for Totes. We're having problems with our graphic display, but Tote is going to be working. And, well, Rob, I could say that it's all your fault, but we already know that. And listen, you can maybe redeem yourself by giving us the winner in all of the rest of the races. So 3, Blue Glamber is your top one. That seems like a good... No, pardon me. It's not your top one. You went with Lola Sunshine. Really?
That's right.
Well, go right
Yeah,
ahead. Tell us
I
why.
went with Lola Sunshine here because I thought she raced pretty well last time. She was a good third. And she was only beaten by just over a length. She was doing good things towards the end of her campaign at the Raceway. Rail control, Jason Ryan. I said I thought he was going to have a good night here, so I was happy to put her on top in this spot. Faded Fire, Starlight Dancer. I think they both stack up well against this group. So yeah, Lola Sunshine. I decided to go with as my top pick.
Well, and, actually, I was just joking because Lola Sunshine and Blue Glamber do look like the top two, and I think it's a pretty close call. The fans have gone to Blue Glamber at even money, but Lola Sunshine is getting a lot of action at 5-2. Now, Blue Glamber certainly is one with a lot of credibility in the win column the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, second start off the claim too for Mark Winnicott. I'll be honest, her last few starts at Mohawk Park, I mean, she disappointed as the favorite in 2 of them. And last time out, I thought she was, a decent third, but she really wasn't close to Watch Her Do It or Sweet Loving in any of her last 2, anyways. And this will say a good spot for her to land. She's a horse that, I mean, I think I'd want to see her early foot kind of deployed again. If I was backing her here, even money to me is an overbet, to be perfectly honest. I think that's probably a bit lower than she should be, but I think she has every right to be right there at the wire, and I had a hard time separating those two for my top choice.
And Milieu Fromage is one that you used for third, and actually was a decent effort here last time out, and now comes back looking to follow that one up.
Yeah, she went one of those trips too, right, where you kind of get jammed behind a pace setter on the top of the turn, waiting for that passing lane. Dangerous Curves, you remember, Gary made a wide move and was gone, uncatchable pretty much when she accelerated. But Milieu Fromage, I thought raced pretty well to come up the inside to grab second, and she was clearly the best of the rest as the favorite, mind you. So she disappointed as the chalk in that race, but off some time, Alpha qualify. She had to qualify after a couple of breaks, so now that flat line's under her belt, and I think she's ready for good things in here. Garrett Rooney hops aboard, 12-1. I mean, you can convince me she's the value on the tote board.
I went to Voom Voom for third best in here, and I wouldn't be surprised if that mare races even better than that. But you threw Broken in on the ticket, and certainly was racing well. Scratch fit, sick last start,
Yeah,
though.
it was oddly between those two for me for the fourth spot. I went with Broken just because I mean before that scratch to the sickness, she was going up against some good horses, right? My Mother Pearl, Fear the Crush, and she was a winner three back. Now obviously you're a little bit concerned when you miss some time after a vet scratch to the sickness. That's why I put her in for a smaller share. But I agree with you. Voom Voom should take a step forward after her latest and can get a piece of it. I use both of them in the bottom end of the exotics.
Well, it is a field of 8 for race number 3. Lola's Sunshine, Milieu Fromage, and Blue Glamour on the inside. Of the center, Land of Paradise and Broken to the outside. Voom Voom, Marseille, Kennever, and Big Diamond. Field of 8, race number 3. A good group for the third dash. Fillies and Mares on the pace. We're into the backstretch. And the field for the third race, nearing the start. And they're at the start of the rough, and Voom Voom, Big Diamond, and then also getting out alertly is Milieu Fromage as well as Blue Glamour, and on the inside, Lola Sunshine. Now Milieu Fromage takes back and gets over to the pylons, racing fifth. Broken is sixth. Then it is back to Land of Paradise and Marzank Kennever trailing the field. Big Diamond was able to grab the lead from post A. Voom Voom second. Blue Glamour is on the pylons, racing third now as they work off the turn. Then it is Lola Sunshine, Milieu Fromage, and as they race the way off the turn, they come on towards us. It is further back to Broken, racing third from last, and then we have Land of Paradise and Marzank Kennever is trailing the field. And Voom Voom's going to come on and get the lead from Big Diamond. Voom Voom, Big Diamond, and now Blue Glamour is angled out as they head up towards the half of a 27-second opening quarter. And they work their way on up to that half with Voom Voom on the lead. But now Blue Glamour is getting a little closer. Big Diamond's racing third, and Lola's Sunshine is within distance now about 2.5 or 3 within striking distance, and then Milieu Fromage and Broken way back. Land of Paradise, Marzank Kennever. It is Voom Voom who's got the lead. Voom Voom, Lola Sunshine is shining a little more brightly now and has come on to take over second. Blue Glamour dropped down to the inside to save some ground on the turn on the back of Voom Voom, and racing for this Milieu Fromage, and then fifth is Broken, backing away Big Diamond, trailing pair Land of Paradise and Marzank Kennever, and 3/4 of a half. 55 and 3 was 124 and 1. And it is Voom Voom, Lola's Sunshine, Blue Glamour on the inside, and the field turns for home. Voom Voom, Lola's Sunshine, darting up the inside is Blue Glamour, 3 across the track, and then Milieu Fromage, Lola's Sunshine as they come to the finish. Lola's Sunshine is the winner, and then it is between Voom Voom and Milieu Fromage and Broken, 155 and 1. Lola's Sunshine victorious in race number 3, your top pick, and Lola's Sunshine really did race nicely there, Rob.
She's a horse that can kind of race from anywhere, right? I've seen her kind of do good things getting forwardly placed. She can race off cover, and in this effort here, she ends up, really grinding it out first over, and just kind of just wore down Voom Voom on the engine, who I thought raced really well to hang on for second. It looks like, anyways. So, but and I mentioned Jason Ryan had a good lineup tonight. It looks like I didn't jinx him so far. He's got 2 wins and a second, and a nice steer there on Lola Sunshine.
Well, I said the tote delay was your fault, and you need to get a bunch of winners here to make amends. You certainly made amends there. And Lola Sunshine. Blue Glamour, had position, but just didn't have that fire when they turned for home.
Yeah, no, it was like I said, I haven't seen it from her in her last few efforts. She won a couple of times in her last 6, and those were pretty stellar performances, and I haven't seen it since then. And she'll probably be able to bounce back from this effort. But in any event, I thought this was actually a pretty deep race for her to face coming out of those claiming events. But I definitely put Broken on the watch list, Gary. I was impressed with that one's closing effort, off a little bit of time after Vestcratch sick. And even Milieu Fromage, I think, maybe warming up to a victory, right? Second last time, and tonight looks like a third.
And I thought Voom Voom did a lot of things right there.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, a lot of work on the engine, and like I said, she didn't give in without a fight, and the fact that she looks like she held on for second, I think was pretty impressive.
Well, your top choice comes back to get a photo. One Lola Sunshine, 5-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay mare, owned by Scott and Bradley McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Bradley Douglas. Scott McNiven's the trainer. Jason Ryan is the winning driver. Second on the evening for Jason. Third win this year. 11th lifetime. Lola Sunshine. 155 and 1. The third race payouts. One Lola Sunshine, 830, 410, 310. Six Voom Voom, 640, 390. And two Milio Fromage, 460. $2 exactor, 54, 70. Dollar try, 133.25. Dollar super, 549.90. The pace. We're into the backstretch. And the field for the third race, nearing the start. And they're at the start of the rough, and Voom Voom, Big Diamond. And then also getting out alertly is Milieu Fromage, as well as Blue Glamour. And on the inside, Lola Sunshine. Now Milieu Fromage takes back and gets over to the pylons, racing fifth. Broken is sixth. Then it is back to Land of Paradise, and Marzank had of her trailing the field. Big Diamond was able to grab the lead from post A. Voom Voom second. Blue Glamour is on the pylons, racing third now as they work off the turn. Then it is Lola Sunshine, Milieu Fromage, and as they race their way off the turn. They come on towards us. It is further back to Broken racing third from last. And then we have Land of Paradise and Marzan Keniver is trailing the field. And Voom Voom's going to come on and get the lead from Big Diamond. Voom Voom, Big Diamond, and now Blue Glamber is angled out as they head up towards the half of a 27-second opening quarter. And they work their way on up to that half with Voom Voom on the lead. But now Blue Glamber is getting a little closer. Big Diamond's racing third, and Lola's Sunshine is within distance now about 2.5 or 3 within striking distance, and then Milieu Fromage and Broken way back. Land of Paradise, Marzan Keniver. It is Voom Voom who's got the lead. Voom Voom, Lola's Sunshine is shining a little more brightly now and has come on to take over second. Blue Glamber dropped down to the inside to save some ground on the turn on the back of Voom Voom, and racing fourth is Milieu Fromage, and then fifth is Broken. Backing away Big Diamond, trailing pair, Land of Paradise and Marzan Keniver, and 3/4 of a half. 55 and 3 was 124 and 1. And it is Voom Voom, Lola's Sunshine, Blue Glamber on the inside, and the field turns for home. Voom Voom, Lola's Sunshine, darting up the inside is Blue Glamber, 3 across the track, and then Milieu Fromage, Lola's Sunshine as they come to the finish. Lola's Sunshine is the winner, and then it is between Voom Voom and Milieu Fromage and Broken. 155 and 1, Lola's Sunshine victorious in race. There's a look at the place photo for race number 3. Fans note the third race order finish from the top down is a 135 642 78. That's 135 642 78. Okay, let's roll. Field 4. Race number 4 is on parade. 1 is some cameo. It is Mike Whalen for Nathan Harding and Rachel Kukelwick. Number 2 is a disruptor, Anthony Hahn for Meg Crone and Chris Nickel. Number 3 is Dial Me Up, Travis Henry for Sandra Perot and Michelle Gaudreau. Number 4 is PJ Dina. It's Jason Ryan for Corey Giles and Michelle Atard. 5 is Ladies from Hell. Scotty Quiller for Mike Sumner and Shay Sumner. Cool Cute Cookie. Jay Harris for Dwayne Marfisi and Royce Broxton and Hab Singh Dillon and Daryl Kaplan and Green and Gold Limited. Field of 6, race number 4. Let's get a look at this field. And Rob, we both went to PJ Dina on top, but I think this is a reasonably wide open dash. I do respect PJ Dina's recent overall work, especially going back 3 and 4 starts ago. But I don't know. PJ Dina, there's others in here. I'm shocked at 8-1. I imagined you'd be all over that at that price then.
Oh, I am for sure. That price to me is absurd right now because those last two efforts. I mean, they're better than they look on paper, right? The first one, I mean, she's closely attending. Hot fractions, 26 and 4, 56 and 2, and I mean, she made moves before that in that race you don't see on paper. She fades back to fifth, and last time out, she's first over a long way, and then she ends up fading back to fifth. So I mean, she ends up with, towards the back end of both those fields, but I thought she raced pretty good in doing so. And before that, back-to-back victories at Hiawatha. So I'm not sure why she's that big of a price right now, Gary. And I'll be honest with you, at 8-1, I would definitely be taking a decent poke on her because that's extreme value.
Number 3, Dial Me Up, is one you've been watching racing at Mohawk and shows enough speed to be a factor here. Only 4th last time out, but this could be a better spot. Problem is 1 win in 17 on the year.
Yeah, camera shy for sure, but she hits the board with frequency. Last year she had 6 victories. The thing is, she hasn't been beating PJ Dina by too much, and PJ Dina's been doing more racing than her. So obviously, much better value, 7-1 versus the 5-2 on Dial Me Up. But I thought Dial Me Up's been racing, reasonably well, picking up pieces and hitting the board with frequency. So I think that you have to have her on the ticket. I mean, those are the two I'd mostly, be involved in, and I'm actually a big fan of Ladies from Hell. It's just that I think both those two have a conditioning edge over her.
Yeah, and then, of course, Ladies from Hell's been off, and we mentioned that, but I just could not leave Ladies from Hell off of my pick 5 ticket because Mike Sumner puts up big numbers, Scotty Calder, and just the recent form.
Yeah, and she's at her best on the engine. Like I don't know, you see right there, every single one of those wins on her paper there in her last winning 5 of her last 7, she leads it from start to finish. So that's going to be the game plan again today. I don't know, what happens if she doesn't get the lead. I mean, by all rights, she probably should, but PJ Dina can leave out of there pretty well too. So I think she's got to be on the engine or the 2-hole to win this race. She's 4-5 on the board right now. To me, that's a bit of an overbet. I'm a big fan of the horse. I just think that this is a tougher spot than it actually looks like on paper. And I still think PJ Dina is the value.
And it's really tough to leave Meg Crone and Dwayne Marfisi off the top 3. Either one of those could step up here and win.
Yeah, I'm thinking honestly like this feels top to bottom. Like you see like the shortest price is 4-5, I think is too low. Highest price, at 15-1 might even be too high because I don't think that the margin between the best and worst horse in this field is really as great as it shows in the odds board right now. I think a disruptor is one that you number 2, a disruptor you have to consider in the exotics because I think she kind of figures to get the trip of the race. So she's a pretty good price too. But again, PJ Dina, I'm happy to stick with her on top.
Well, we'll see how it unfolds, but it is some cameo, a disruptor on the inside. In the center, Dial Me Up and PJ Dina to the outside. Ladies from Hell and Cool Cute Cookie. Field of 6, race number 4. field for the fourth race. Into the backstretch, nearing the start. There at the start of the rough, and Ladies from Hell is flashing early speed. And then PJ Dina and Dial Me Up on a disruptor. And then it's Cool Cute Cookie, some cameo relaxed away, trailing the field. And now Ladies from Hell took back, wanting to find a seat, and is going to be on the inside racing for this. A disruptor is going to drive on through. Dial Me Up is second. PJ Dina now is going to come over to the pylons third in front of Ladies from Hell. Then Cool Cute Cookie and some cameo is back trailing the field. A disruptor. Opening quarter was 27-1. A disruptor, Dial Me Up. And racing third is PJ Dina. Ladies from Hell is now on the inside fourth in front of Cool Cute Cookie and some cameo. A disruptor in Anthony Hahn leads up towards the half off that 27-1 opening quarter. Dial Me Up racing position to second as they work their way on towards the half. PJ Dina inside racing third. Ladies from Hell is spotted fourth, and then Cool Cute Cookie now angles to the outside, and it's going to move up quickly, and then some cameo, and they work their way on towards the three quarters of a half of 56-4, and it's a disruptor. Dial Me Up. Now Cool Cute Cookie is advanced up to third, coming first over. PJ Dina on the inside. Ladies from Hell is situated second over and advancing on the back of Cool Cute Cookie. Some cameos way back. And three quarters was up in 125-4. It is still a disruptor who leads it. A disruptor, Cool Cute Cookie, and Dial Me Up. And then racing for this PJ Dina, still with a lot of work to do. And Ladies from Hell, even more work as they turn for home. A disruptor as they come on down the stretch drive. A disruptor and Dial Me Up. Cool Cute Cookie, a disruptor, and Dial Me Up on the inside. Dial Me Up is going to come on through and win. Then it is a disruptor, Cool Cute Cookie, and Ladies from Hell, 155-2. And it is Dial Me Up and Travis Henry to win, as PJ Dina, Rob, just really didn't have it, but you get to stay alive in the pick five with Dial Me Up, your second choice, and that was an interesting dash.
I knew that Ladies from Hell was going to be in for a long night right off the car, because you saw that initial burst off the gate. She's going to get to the lead, but the inside, the three right beside her, are all left out. The hardest thing to go forward off the gate in harness racing is when the horse directly inside of you pushes out as well. Well, when you have three of them all doing that, it's going to be, all that more difficult. So, and she's a horse that I think needs the lead, needs the 2-hole in order to end up on the business end of it. Now she went up to 3-1, and Dial Me Up went down to 6-5. So the favorite ends up prevailing. And I was kind of mentioning that I thought that, Ladies from Hell was an overbet. She ended up being the price I think she should have been all along. But Dial Me Up, ends up, sitting a nice 2-hole trip, coming at that passing lane for the victory. Disruptor went a long way on the engine. I was actually kind of watching, going, wow, I might be sick that this horse wins at 7-1. I mean, I know I had her picked for fourth, but that was a pretty good price on her. But in any event, the favorite gets home. Dial Me Up the inside.
Yeah, I was worried about leaving Meg Crone or Dwayne Marfisi out, but there's just there were so many different choices to go to. But it ends up being Dial Me Up, Sandra Perot. Only one win on the air, but now doubles that to 2, and certainly was full marks because striding down the stretch had more than enough to get by.
Yeah, looked really strong on the end of it there. And PJ Dina, I mean, I was expecting a better performance when she didn't move off the rail in the 3. I said, okay, she might not have all that much horse, and she really didn't. So kind of back to the drawing board with that one. But full marks for Dial Me Up. I mean, it was, she had to leave out of there. She got plugged in for a good 2-hole trip, but she was deserving in that victory.
Well, nice job, Rob, of backing up PJ Dina with Dial Me Up to stay alive in the pick 5. Back in front of us is number 3, Dial Me Up, a 5-year-old vertical horizon bay mare, owned by Michelle Gaudreau. Sandra Perot, the trainer. Travis Henry, the winning driver. Second win on the year. 11th lifetime. Dial Me Up. 155-2. The fourth race payouts: 3, Dial Me Up, 440, 310, 250, 2, A Disruptor, 460, 330, and 6, Cool Cute Cookie, 320. $2 Exactor, 16.80. Dollar Try, 25.20. Dollar Super, 65.80. Fans noted race number 6, Julius Hanover. The driver will be Paul McKenzie. Paul McKenzie drives 6, Julius Hanover, in the 6th. The fourth race order finish in the top is in program order 621543. Once again, the fourth race order finish top down 621543. Field 4, race number 5 is on parade. 1 is Arts Alive. Jay Harris for Dwayne Marfisi, who drives and trains, uh, who trains and owns along with David Jarvis and William Cece and Henson Wong. Number 2 is PL Quicksand, Austin Surrey for Matt Dupuis. And 3, Crazy World, Garrett Rooney for Kathy Chakeen and John Chakeen. And number 4, All the Cheddar, Anthony Hunt for Catherine Cochran and Stephen Bastard. 5 is Valentino Avelita, Dale Spence for Ben Hollingsworth and Mike Goldberg. Number 6, Addie's Hanover, Paul McKenzie for Dr. Ian Moore, who trains and partners in ownership with Bolton Farms and James Miller. Number 7, Sporty Bob, Travis Henry for Robert Kyle Fellows and M&S Racing. 8 is LA Sun Control, Colin Kelly for Rick Edwards and Tam Mitchell. And 9, Control the Smile, Jason Ryan for Brent Dunbar and Dorothy Dunbar. Field of 9, race number 5, an interesting dash. And, well, Rob, you have 8 LA Sun Control at 3-1. The 1, 3, 6, and 8, I think all look very substantial in here, and any one of those 4 could win. But I love that you went 8 LA Sun Control. Looks 6 consecutive wins, but it's post 8.
Yeah, it's post 8, but he's a versatile type, Gary, and you're ready. He's got 6 victories in a row. You can see his stats over the last couple of years, and those are his career numbers as well. So he's 11 for 17 in the top 2, and that streak started in a maiden event at Mohawk Park, the 6 wins, and then it obviously the last one was in the City of London at the Raceway. He's been doing it easy though. Like I mean, it's been kind of effortless for him. He can be a bit of a bad actor, sometimes I guess going to the gate, like he tries to refuse. But they kind of seem to have that under control now. I don't think post 8 really matters for him. The pick five's paying, really well considering what the 1, 3, and 6 are paying. And I think even 7-2 is a fair price on him. I mean, his last time that he was racing in a conditioned race, it was numbers of 2. It'd be a big step up from there to here. But in between that, he faced, up against decent horses in the City of London and did so with ease. So I'm still going to stay in his corner. I've been in it for this win streak, and we're going to stay right there, especially at 7-2.
Well, LA Sun Control with those 9 wins and 17 starts. How about Crazy World? 12 wins and 23 starts.
Yeah, Crazy World's a horse that I loved following last year, and we saw him win the Prospect Series final here at the River. He went 9 for 19. I mean, 16 top 2 finishes in 19 tries this year, 3 for 4. I mean, he's been racing incredibly well. The only time that he's not won this year is when he made a break in stride, and he made a decent recovery at that. So he's missed a little more time anyways than the 8 LA Sun Control. He's been facing off against tougher, and by all rights, I mean, he might go right on down the road here and be tough to catch, but I thought we get better value in LA Sun Control. We are right now. The margin's not that big between them, but yeah, if it's not LA Sun Control, I think it will end up being Crazy World.
Rob, if you'd have told me off that last start that I wouldn't be using Addie's Hanover in my top 2, I'd have said, yeah, come on, Addie's, buddy. Paul McKenzie for Dr. Ian Moore.
Yeah, I mean, it's just 'cause it's a big step up in class, right? And non-winners are 2, now to non-winners are 3, opening up a whole new, pool of horses he's got to go up against, and there's some killers in here. Like this is a very deep non-winners are 3. Like like this is like it's stacked, Gary. It really is. Like I think we think if you had the either Arts Alive, Crazy World, Addie's Hanover, or LA Sun Control, if just one of them were in here, you'd say, okay, it's a pretty decent group. They're all 4 of them make it all that more tricky. And Addie's Hanover might be able to handle the jump in class. I mean, he did it, with condescending ease last time. Was under wraps to the wire, 54-1. He's got to start over this surface, which is obviously going to, help his chances over the 2 we've already talked about. but I just don't know if he's ready to take on the likes of those two yet. So 7 to 2 is not a terrible price on him. I just think he's more so going to land underneath in the exotics.
And we had to leave somebody out of the top three. For you, it ends up being Arts Alive. Well, 3 wins in the past four and beat this class last time out. That's tough to leave out of the top three.
It is. It's just like I said, the price of poker goes up with Crazy World, LA Sun Control, and Addie's Hanover joining the mix here. But he was good, right? Remember I said if he gets a 2-hole trip, he'll be really tough. He did that. He went by, and got past the favorite Sporty Bob, who now all of a sudden this week is 10 to 1. But from the pole position, I think he should be able to, do his thing again, push out of there. CLA Sun Control getting some help right now to get to the gates. This is what he does sometimes, but it looks like he's turned and coming forward now. But yeah, Art's alive. Hard to leave out of the top three, but the situation called for it.
Well, it will be interesting because any one of those four you could take on top. And I love that you're on LA Sun Control. You get 7 to 2. I went to Crazy World at 2 to 1. It's Arts Alive at PL Quicksand. Crazy World on the inside. All the cheddar. Valentino of Lita. And on the outside, Eddie's Hanover Sporty Bob and LA Sun Control. Second tier Control the Smile. It's a field of 9. It's the fifth dash on a fabulous Friday night as we are gathered at the river and they're into the backstretch. Gathering speed approaching the start. Field for race number 5 is at the start of the rough, and Valentino of Lita at ease Hanover. Arts Alive on the inside, then Sporty Bob and Crazy World control the smile, scooting through PL Quicksand, then all the cheddar. LA Sun Control gets away trailing, and it is at ease Hanover who's going to come on. At ease Hanover now gets our attention with a lead of a length and 3/4, and Valentino of Lita. Arts Alive is racing third. Sporty Bob sports the fourth spot. Then Crazy World mid-pack 5 in front of Control the Smile as they work their way off the turn and they come on towards us. Then it is back further to PL Quicksand and all the cheddar, and LA Sun Control has to pass them all to win, and popping out now Crazy World took out from fifth and now has moved up to take over third. 27-1 opening quarter at ease Hanover as the field works on around the turn. Valentino of Lita in the pocket. Crazy World's going to grind first over. Arts Alive on the inside. Control the Smile is second of a racing fib. PL Quicksand on the outside gets a little closer. Then Sporty Bob. LA Sun Control is past 1, and that is all the cheddar. Half of 57-2. At ease Hanover. Crazy World now is within striking distance. Is a length and a quarter off the front. And Valentino of Lita is third. And then it is Control the Smile. Arts Alive on the inside. PL Quicksand. Then it is Sporty Bob. LA Sun Control still with plenty of work to do in all the cheddar. 3/4, 125. At ease Hanover. Crazy World is grinding up closer and looking to wear down At ease Hanover. It is Crazy World on the outside. At ease Hanover on the inside as they turn for home. Racing third is Valentino of Lita. Then Arts Alive as they come on down the stretch drive. Crazy World. Crazy World is going to come on by and win it. At ease Hanover second. Then third is close, but it looked like maybe Valentino of Lita. Also there, PL Quicksand and Arts Alive 153-3. Crazy World and Garrett Rooney 9-5 on the board. First up and was able to just drive on by. That's been a winning trip here so far this meet.
This surface is going to be one where you shouldn't be afraid to be, first over, especially around the best horse in the race. And we kind of thought that Crazy World might be exactly that, and he ended up prevailing and doing so with ease there, Gary. So Crazy World 9-5 ends up being not really a terrible price on him. And the pick 5 even as well, 21.88 for 20 cents. He wasn't even the favorite in that multi-leg wager. So good effort by Addie's Hanover. I mean, he was stepping up pretty big time in class, and I mean he was clearly the best of the rest. Just ran into a Bearcat tonight in Crazy World, who just the beat goes on for that one.
Yeah, absolutely sharp effort. LA Sun Control post 8 did in LA Sun Control.
Yeah, I mean that, and I mean, you know what? He just maybe he needs to start over the surface, and maybe start to get acclimated to this level of competition as well. So maybe a little ambitious putting him on top tonight. I thought the price was right, especially in that pick 5, but yeah, it just wasn't going to happen from back there, and we'll keep close tabs on him though. I don't think that he'll be too long away from getting a victory at this level.
Well, at least you did back it up with the next two, Crazy World and Addie's Hanover, were your next two, and you do win that pick five. So there's a nice consolation. It won't be a great price, but you know what? It's always better than throwing them on the floor.
Well, it's true. I'd always rather cash than rip the ticket up. Yeah, we get a small profit, right? Small profit. We could have had some better prices in the earlier sequences and maybe narrowed this leg down a little more. But in any event, yeah, we'll book a winner. I think it's the first one of the meet too for the pick five, so we'll take it.
And back in front of us is a winner. It's three Crazy World. A 4-year-old control the moment. Brown gelding, owned by Kathy and John Chikeen. Kathy Chikeen is the trainer. Garrett Rooney, the winning driver, fourth win in 5 starts on the year. The 13th win for Crazy World in 23 starts. Crazy World was crazy good in 153 and 3. And also a note, welcome to the SV Law Group joining us this evening as they're here on the Grand Way patio. Welcome to our VIPs, the SV Law Group. The fifth race payouts through Crazy World, 570, 360, 280. 6 Addie's Hanover, 420 and 340. And 5 Valentino of Lita pays $14.60. $2 exactor, $19.50. Dollar try, 177.10. Dollar pick 3, $49.15. The pick 4, 404, 62.50. Dollar pick 5, 109.40. A 20-cent high 5, 989.71. The fifth race order finished from the top 541 832 679. That's 541 832 679.
Sounds good. We've reached the halfway point of our card here on a fabulous Friday at Grand River Raceway, and Crazy World keeps on winning and will notch his fourth victory in 5 starts in race number 5. But now we're looking forward at the late pick 5 wager starting right here in race number 6. Same low takeout of just 15%. And I actually kind of spread out in the first 2 legs. We'll go thin later on, but I kind of spread out in the first 2 legs of this sequence using the 2, 4, 5, and 8 here in race number 6. That's the 2 Brookdale George, the 4 Muxell Hanover, the 5 Sweet Alex, and the 8 Brookdale JMX. So 4 deep here in the opening leg. And then in the second leg, the 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's the ticket on the screen now. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Inside 4, and I just think that looks like a really competitive looking dash, and those are the ones that want to be involved in. I think we might get a price. Hopefully, we'll get like a reasonable price in one or both of the first 2 legs. Race number 8 is where we're going to take our stand, and it's my best bet of the night. The 2, My Mother Pearl. For Ben Hollingsworth. Last time out, no chance. Post 7 got away 8th off the gate. I thought was moving really well at the wire and against a real solid group this time around now. Post 2, and we've seen this horse do good things against tougher company or company that would be equal to this. So I like My Mother Pearl as my best bet. Number 2 in race number 8. We're going to single her up in the multi-leg wagers and hope she doesn't take too much support anyways. And in those bets, I think she'll probably take support vertically, maybe not so much horizontally. In race 9, the 2 and 3, it's about a boy in Pain for Prez. Pain for Prez last time kind of raced against his usual style, was a good third, but about a boy, have to have that one of the ticket after winning last time out. And then the money leg, race number 10, the 1 and 7, that's Port St. Charles, and the 7 Pound Cake Gym, who's a spot play for me tonight. Really good second place finish to World Revival last time out. Can get the better of this group, but Port St. Charles with rail control, I think, is one you have to have there as well. $12.80 for a 20-cent ticket. And again, hoping we see some value come forth in the opening 2 legs. We got a couple minutes to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 5. Again, the takeout's always a low 15%. And we'll come back in just a moment or two to take a closer look at race number 6.
Field for the sixth race. On parade, one Mel's Legacy. Jason Ryan for Mark Goddard and William Brown. Number 2 is Brookdale Grace. Dale Spence for Ben Hollingsworth and Doug Poley. Number 3, the Dark Panther. Travis Henry for Ken Duncan and Emma Duncan and Jen Lucier. Number 4 is Muxale Hanover. Scotty Quiller for Walter Whalen and the owner is Chris Nickel. Number 5, Sweet Alex. J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Overseas Farm and Karen Murphy. Number 6, Julius Hanover, Paul McKenzie for Walter Whalen and Chris Nickel. Number 7, Hogwash. Colin Kelly for Lori LePage and Rebecca Williamson. And 8 is Brookdale J. Mack, Anthony Hahn for Ben Hollingsworth and Doug Poley. Field of 8, race number 6. Let's get a quick look at this field. And Rob, 2 Brookdale George, 2 races go at Mohawk was 65 to 1, and now is 6 to 5 on the board. Last race, I think, has something to do with that.
Yeah, it certainly does, Gary. Last race missed by just a neck to Mr. Commodore, and we were very fond of that one, right? That was like our most probable winner of the night, and this one almost upset the apple cart after sitting a 2-hole trip behind him. Only got beat by a neck, and it makes sense that he'd take all the support now down to 6 to 5. Looks pretty sporty on the track right now as well, and obviously before that, I made that transition from Mohawk Park, facing much tougher here at the River. So with that one out of the picture, now he kind of becomes next horse up, and I get the support for him. I wanted to go with a few other options here, including this one's stablemate, because I thought this race was kind of on the wide open side. But I guess if he comes back to that latest effort, he might prevail, and he'll likely be forwardly placed again from post 2.
And Sweet Alex certainly shows enough recent form, though. I didn't see the race at Hanover, and I do see that 3 wide move at 3/4. But overall, Sweet Alex shows enough to be one you could like.
Yeah, I think that he merits respect in here. I like the victory at Flamborough last time at Hanover. I actually didn't see that race either. One of the few times I didn't see a race. But the line looks like he made a wide move. He probably ended up flattening out and finishing fourth. But I don't think it looks like a line that would scare us from using him in here. And I think with the right kind of trip, he can be right there at the wire. Three on the board, finished at 6 tries. And again, a horse that 2 starts ago I thought raced pretty well, in victory and came a real big back half. So to me, I'd say that I thought the odds were would be a little tighter between him and Brookdale George. Maybe that comes at post time, but 5 to 2 is not a terrible price on the 5 Sweet Alex.
Number 4, Muxale Hanover was listed as a 5 to 2 morning line, and I don't see that. And Muxale Hanover is 10 to 1 on the board. I think that Muxale Hanover is more likely to be in that 5 to 10 to 1 range, but did race a bit better last time out, second start of the year.
Yeah, what I like about him is he finally gets back on a regular rotation, right? So he didn't have that last time. It's his third start back. Now he's on a regular schedule. You get Scott Coulter back on the bike. I knew he wouldn't be 5 to 2. I mean, I kind of would agree with around 5 or 6 to 1's the price he should be, and he's 10 to 1 right now. So I think you are getting value with him. I wouldn't leave him off the exotics, and I use him on the multi-leg wagers because I think he definitely is one that has potential. Maybe he doesn't win tonight, but I think that he'll likely be breaking his maiden sometime soon.
And number 8, Brookdale J. Mack outside. Also, Ben Hollingsworth sends this one out, but what a troubled last start.
Yeah, well, he jumped it off at the start. I mean, I picked him on top, right, and it was over pretty quick for him. But I think he's one that when you look at this race, you'll say, well, you're getting value on him at 12 to 1 because we don't know what he would have done last time out, and I think he could have been more than competitive with that group, and he can do the same against this one. So I like his stalemate obviously a bit more, but the value's not there in that one at 6 to 5. He's 12 to 1, worth a poke if you want to try for a big price.
And with their positions, Mel's Legacy, Brookdale George, the Dark Panther. In the center, Muxell Hanover, Sweet Alex. To the outside, Julius Hanover, Hogwash, Brookdale J. Matt. It's a field of 8 for race number 6. There at the start of the rough, Sweet Alex is sweet early. Is going to blast out. Brookdale George is filling the pocket. Mel's Legacy, the Dark Panther. Muxell Hanover 5th, then Julius Hanover. Hogwash and Brookdale J. Mag. And now Brookdale George wants to loop Sweet Alex and come on to take the lead. Brookdale George and Dale Spence is driving and is going to come to the front. Sweet Alex is racing second. Mel's Legacy, the Dark Panther 4th, and they roll past that opening quarter, 28-2. Muxell Hanover is 5th, and racing 6th, Julius Hanover. Then it is Hogwash, and Brookdale J. Mack is trailing the field. Brookdale George leads as they race on past us, heading towards the half. Sweet Alex is 2nd. Mel's Legacy 3rd. The Dark Panther 4th. Muxell Hanover is moving, racing 5th, and is in front of Julius Hanover. Then Hogwash and Brookdale J. Mack is trailing the field. Brookdale George fell down to 2 to 5 on the board and leads Sweet Alex by about 2 1/4 right now, off a half of 58-1. Muxell Hanover is sailing up a little closer on the outside, but still 4th. Is 3rd is Mel's Legacy. Racing 5th, Julius Hanover. The Dark Panther has 2 beaten, and there Brookdale J. Mack and Hogwash. Brookdale George heads on towards the final turn. Brookdale George and Sweet Alex is racing 2nd. Muxell Hanover 3rd. Mel's Legacy 4th. Then Julius Hanover, Brookdale J. Mack, the Dark Panther, and Hogwash is trailing the field. It is Brookdale George as the field turns for home. Brookdale George. Sweet Alex has come out right now in pursuit of Brookdale George. Brookdale George, Sweet Alex on the inside, Mel's Legacy. And Muxell Hanover, Brookdale George, and digging is Sweet Alex. Sweet Alex is going to roll by. Sweet Alex, Brookdale George. Sweet Alex and Brookdale George. And actually, it's really close. And Mel's Legacy on the inside. Rob, I'm not actually sure which one it is because I thought Sweet Alex was rolling on by. Brookdale George kind of came back on right at the finish, so I'm going to tell you, I don't know. I mean, I did call Sweet Alex, but then kind of flattened out.
Flattened out, or Brookdale George kind of fought back at him. It looked like he was sailing right past. I thought at the top of the turn, it looked like JBR had an absolute ton, and it was just going to angle out and march right by. But yeah, Brookdale George fought back on the inside. It is pretty close. And Mel's Legacy was punching through as well for 3rd. But yeah, I mean, I was going to say Sweet Alex actually went up to a really big price at 9-2 when Brookdale George took that late money. Let's take a look at it here. We'll see what you say the second time around, Gary.
Well, I thought it's extremely close, so close enough. I mean, I did call the outside, but I think it's close enough that I'm not really sure. It might be about the same as that other one that I got away with the other night, and I decided to hedge my bet because I think I might have stole one that had won by a few inches, and here it is right there. You see why I didn't call it, but I think it's a few inches for Sweet Alex.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I thought Sweet Alex got there on that angle, anyways, but maybe not. Guess we're gonna see in a moment.
You see
Either
how I'm
way, though,
actually
good horse race.
you see how I'm actually smart enough not to keep rolling with my luck.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, it's you gotta be careful sometimes. But no matter what, it was a great horse race between those two. I mean, they're both coming a real big back half of a 58-1 opening half, anyways, and I mean, no matter what, for a horse he was cruising by, and then Brookdale George fighting back there, they came right at the wire. So I thought both horses raced exceptionally well. And there it is.
And it is the 5 Sweet Alex, although they were showing us the 2 Brookdale George. But, I hedged. I didn't trust myself. I didn't want to play my hand too hard. But it's only a few inches when we end up seeing the actual photo. So Sweet Alex and J.B. Renault for Julie Walker. Sweet Alex is a 3-year-old McWicked Bay gelding. Second win on the year, Sweet Alex, 55-4. The sixth race payouts 5 Sweet Alex, $11 and 320 and 350. 2 Brookdale George 220 250. 1 Mel's Legacy 460. $2 exact or 1870. Dollar Shrine 29.15. Dollar Super 70.75. The sixth race order finish from the top 3, 2, 4, 6, 1, 5, 7, 8. That is 3, 2, 4, 6, 1, 5, 7, 8 on the bottom.
Race 6 is in the books. Tight photo, but Gary Guy called it once again. Sweet Alex getting the job done at a juicy price of 9-2. And there's a look at the Allura Sky, the beautiful Allura Sky, brought to you by our wonderful broadcast team here at Grand River Raceway. Race 7 on deck here, and time for the late Pick 4 getting started right here. Race 7. Takeout's always a low 15%. Yours truly. I don't stray from my pick 5 ticket usually. It's going to be the same numbers. That's what we're doing here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we're using most of the field actually in race 7 after the scratch of the 5 Cabot Tower. And I just think that this looks like a pretty competitive race. All-Star Finest right now taking all the money after finishing 7th last time out in a tougher class. I mean, I see it, but even money, a little short on that one. We're going 1, 2, 3, 4. So that one would bust us out of this pick 4 sequence. Race number 8, just the 2. My Mother Pro, my best bet of the night. Drawing back on the inside of the gates, getting back on a regular rotation. I thought raced pretty well from off the pace last time to finish 5th on a track you really couldn't close on. So my Mother Pearl, the 2, and race number 8, my best bet of the night. Race number 9, the 2 and 3, it's About a Boy and Pain for Prez. About a Boy is the logical one in there. Pain for Prez, I thought, raced really well from off the pace last time out, and not one that typically does that. I think his best game is when he gets forwardly placed. I'm hoping that's the game plan tonight. About a Boy and Pain for Prez are both on my ticket on race number 9. The money leg, the finale, the 1 and 7. The one Port St. Charles, tough trip last time, still finished a respectable 5th in the same race that Brookdale George, we just saw finish 2nd, came out of, and also using the 7 Pound Cake Jim. Thought he was very good in defeats. Got alongside World Revival last time before being put away from that by that foe, but was a respectable 2nd. Now post 7 tonight. Just saw a win from those connections though, and I like his chances of spot play in race number 10. Just $2.40 for a 20-cent wager, and that's how I see the late pick 4. But you got a minute or two to map out your winning wagers for the late pick 4. Again, the takeout's always below 15%. We'll come back in just a few minutes, take a closer look at race number 7.
Field for the 7th race on parade. 1 is Sheila's Rush, Travis Henry for Ken Oliver and Milton Young. Number 2, Happy Looker, Scott Calder for Mark Winnicott and Donald Smith and Donna Parker. Number 3 is Stonebridge Drama, Austin Surrey for Jared Mann. The owners are Allison Hepburn and Sean Brisebois. Number 4, My Only Sunshine, Anthony Hahn for Nathan Harding and Stewart and Patricia Bolander. Number 6, All-Star Finest, Jay Harris for Gord Dancitovic and Bob and Zoran Dancitovic. And 7, All-Star 7 is Ms. Mockingbird, Jason Ryan for William Hofacker. Field of 6, race number 7, scratched is 5, Cabot Tower. Let's get a look at this field. 6 All-Star Finest is the 4-5 favorite, but we both kind of went away from All-Star Finest off that last race. And Rob, you go to 3 Stonebridge Drama. Doesn't have a win yet this year, but at least last race was a bit better, but still has to improve. Has a post position improvement, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. It's interesting. I thought this race was pretty tricky, Gary. But yeah, I didn't see All Star Finest getting this support either. So for me, um, I'm going 4 deep in this pick five wager. I did end up settling on the 3 here as my top choice. And just thinking that you look at it and say, okay, like you said, you get post position relief going from post 7 to post 3. We always talk about racing on that regular schedule, how it makes a big difference. And last time out, I mean, didn't make up like heaps of ground, but made up enough ground to say, okay, we can get behind this one next time out. Also, Jared Mann's a trainer I'm willing to get behind. I mean, his numbers aren't as high as they usually are, but I'm thinking those will likely come up soon too. So I thought that Stonebridge Drama would be the favorite in here, getting down to an easier spot. Not the case right now. All Star Finest is making that same drop down in class, but I'd be happy to take probably 2-1 or a shade higher than that on a win ticket, even though I am going 4 deep in the multis.
32 lifetime wins for Stonebridge Drama, so certainly has it in that way over the field. Number 4, My Only Sunshine, is one that's moving up in class and was good for a long way last race, but then gave it away badly. My Only Sunshine, I took this one on top, and at 6-1, if it doesn't work out, I'll just hang my head and cry, Rob.
Well, I mean, you don't have to hang your head and cry, Gary, because you tried to get some value down, right? 6-1 shots. I mean, I think that I'd say My Only Sunshine's worth the play at 6-1 because this is a horse that 9 lifetime wins, almost 150,000 made, and had missed some time before her start 2 back. She actually was first over in that effort. So I mean, sometimes horses first start back kind of get an easy trip. She went out there and she went first up and kind of got the worst of it in that dash. She finished 5th. Then last time out, long way on the engine. I mean, those fractions though, right? 26-1, 55-1. Those are pretty taxing. So maybe with an easier journey tonight, back in the same class, taking back serious value. I always talk about that. Like if you backed her last time at 9-5, how do you not take 5-1 tonight? So yeah, My Only Sunshine. You can convince me she's worth the bet here, Gary.
And throw me in a thought each on Sheila's Brush and Happy Looker, the 2 on the inside here that you added onto the ticket.
Yeah, Sheila's Brush last time was one that I used everywhere in the multis, and she was a big price, 11-1, and I kind of got excited. She was first up, she was coming forward, and then she kind of flattened out, and she got beat by a wide margin to Dangerous Curves, who kind of blew them away in the stretch. So I'm coming back to her for a piece of it here, and then Happy Looker. I mean, 8-hole last time, that's against her style. I'd love to see her go forward off the gate. She's so much better when she gets forwardly placed. Maybe we see that tonight from post 2.
Well, it is a field of 6 for race number 7. You're on Stonebridge Drama 2-1, and I've got My Only Sunshine at 5-1. But All-Star Finest, even money right now. Sheila's Brush, Happy Looker on the pylons. In the center, Stonebridge Drama, My Only Sunshine. To the outside, All-Star Finest and Ms. Mockingbird. It's a field of 6. The 7th race on a Friday night. A fabulous Friday night at the River. Field for the 7th race is at the start of the rough, and Stonebridge Drama is going to drive home. Sheila's Rush, Happy Looker, My Only Sunshine is currently racing 4th. Then All-Star Finest and Ms. Mockingbird. Stonebridge Drama 4-5 on the board now. Sheila's Rush is racing 2nd. Happy Looker has a look at things from 3rd, 3 lengths from the front. Then 4th is My Only Sunshine, trailing pair All-Star Finest and Ms. Mockingbird. And the field works their way past that opening quarter with Stonebridge Drama, the favorite to the quarter in 28 seconds. And then racing 2nd, Sheila's Brush, Happy Looker 3rd. My Only Sunshine is on the inside 4th, then a gap of a length and a half to All-Star Finest, and then it is Ms. Mockingbird. And it is still Stonebridge drama off that 28 opening quarter, leading up towards the half. Stonebridge drama and Sheila's Rush is racing position second. Happy Looker still third, but is taking a look towards the outside. My Only Sunshine is four trailing pair, still All-Star Finest and Ms. Mockingbird. Half of 58, a 30-second second pedal breather for Stonebridge drama. The 4 to 5 favorite now has grabbed a lead of about 2.5 lengths. Sheila's Rush is second. Happy Looker now looks to the outside, and My Only Sunshine is following Happy Looker. They head up to three quarters. Stonebridge drama. Austin Sorry looks over his right shoulder. Didn't see anyone, but now he will be able to because Happy Looker is coming on. And then also moving up is My Only Sunshine. And Sheila's Brush is on the inside for three quarters, 126 and 2. Stonebridge drama. Happy Looker likes to add some drama in here. And then on the inside, Sheila's Brush and My Only Sunshine is set out three wide on down the stretch where they come. Stonebridge drama. Happy Looker and My Only Sunshine. Stonebridge drama continues on and wins it. Happy Looker second, My Only Sunshine, and All-Star Finest, but it was Stonebridge drama who took a bunch of late money down to 4 to 5, went off as the favorite. Robin scores in 155 and 1. Stonebridge drama.
Late money was correct there, Gary. I mean, we saw All Star Finest take money throughout the sequence, ends up going off at the second choice at 3 to 1, and Sober's Drama goes off as the odds-on favorite at 4 to 5. And no surprise, right? Went to the lead, and getting down in class obviously helps her chances. So does that 30-second second quarter breather. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of that here at the River. They've kind of been going pretty good clips throughout the opening half for a lot of the dashes we've seen here, but this one gets that breather and then just too tough. I mean, I thought Happy Looker might have the measure of her at one point in the turn, but Austin Story was kind of just sitting chilly, right, on Stonebridge drama and kind of holds a comfortable margin at the wire.
Yeah, that half of 58 and a mile of 55 and 1, that is not the type of pace scenario we've generally been seeing so far in the meet.
No, not at all. And and again, that's going to make it tough to catch any horse, right? It doesn't matter what your trip is or how close you are. You got a classy veteran like Stonebridge drama on the lead like that. They're usually not going to squander that opportunity, especially in a soft class like this and dropping down. So, but Happy Looker, expected better from her, getting a better draw. That was a pretty gutsy effort first over, and My Only Sunshine. I mean, I think better pace scenario, maybe we would have had a much better chance of getting there. I mean, she's not too far off, and she was behind the eight ball, but step in the right direction for that one.
Well, and you only have a field of six, and Stonebridge drama makes the lead. Nobody really wanted to sacrifice. That's why you pick up that half of 58.
It's true. Yeah, we always talk about it, right? When the field gets shorter, it kind of becomes more of a driver's race with strategy, and Austin Surrey stole one there.
It's a 3-2-4-6 top four. Stonebridge drama gets the victory. Stonebridge drama, 9-year-old Camlock Bay mare, owned by Allison Hepburn and Sean Brisebois. Jared Mann, the trainer, first win on the year, and the 33rd lifetime for Stonebridge drama in victory in 155 and 1. The seventh race payout, 3 Stonebridge drama. 360, 270, and 220. 2 Happy Looker, 370 and 230 and 4. My Only Sunshine, 230. $2 exact or 1070. Dollar try, 17.95. Dollar super, 63.15. Seventh race order finish from the top. 5-2-1-3 scratch 4-6. That's 5-2-1-3 scratch 4-6 on the bottom. Field 4 race number 8 on parade 1. Faded Fire Anthony Hunt for Pam Forgy and Mindy Findling. Correction, Mindy Findling Repco. Number 2 is My Mother Pearl Dale Spence for Ben Hollingsworth. Number 3, Sports Duchess Scott Culliver Gerard Demers and the owners Allison Hepburn and Sean Brisebois. And for Layla Blue, Travis Henry for Doug Good. 5 is Sweet Jesus, Todd Ratchford for Catherine Cochran and Stephen Bastard. Number 6, Carson's Gouda, Louis Gregg for Vicky Gregg and David Carson. And number 7, Fear the Crush, Austin Sorry for Don Lindsay and Alan Shelton. 8 is Getting Euchred. Brent Belor drives for Ron Thompson. Field of 8, race 8. An interesting dash, Rob. We saw the picks page. It was a quilt of many different colors, and your top 4, correction, are 2-5-1-7, and yet my top 2 are 6-4. Kenny Middleton went 7-1. Lot of different opinions. My Mother Pearl, I see the logic in what you're doing, though. Last time out was not a great outing, but a much better post, and I see the tough level that she raced at before that.
Yeah, when I watch replays, Gary, usually what I'll do is I'll watch them, and sometimes I'll watch a different horse and a different race, and it was actually Miss Quicksand's replay I was looking at, and I actually said, "Oh, who's this?" And I had to look up the horse, and it was My Mother Pearl. And then this card came up, and I said, "Okay, well there she is." So she was on the watch list because I thought she finished up very nicely after kind of having no chance. So there was fractions to chase, but if you remember, like it's been pretty hard to close here, and no one's really coming from back there unless it's St. Lad's Criminal. And I just thought that the inside draw now, she's kind of at her best when she gets forwardly placed. And you can see recently she's got that win at Flamborough in the engine, and not a bad effort really too back in the Filly and Mare's Preferred Handicap at the Raceway in London. Back on a regular rotation, inside draw, sign me up. 5-1 on this Big Jim mare trained by Ben Hollingsworth, and I think that's about the right price. I mean, I was hoping to get between 4 and 6-1 because this field's very competitive, and like you mentioned, everyone's going in different directions because top to bottom, it's a real tough race. And I mean, this plays out as like a junior preferred, really, right? It's a top condition class, but it is a lot of quality in this field, top to bottom.
Let's see if we can move through a few of these quickly. Sweet Jesus, boy, I'll tell you, good form. And even that last race, third, but beaten just 3/4.
Yeah, she raised her game to a whole new level when she won on May 1st, and then after that, I mean, she kind of just went up the ladder and has been racing competitive ever since. So I think that if the time between starts is a concern, but if she raises her best, I mean, she can be right there with these, and 6-1 is the right kind of price.
Neither of us showed Faded Fire enough respect last time out, and then certainly she earned it with a big effort and a win.
Yeah, she moves up. I mean, first over last time. I don't think she can do that against this group, but I mean, she's again off a victory. You never want to ignore a horse after they just got a taste of a win. 7-2, I think, is probably a bit short in my opinion. Rail control is not really going to be an edge for her here, but she's in with a chance.
Fear the Crush disappointed you last time out, but also we've seen this mare be good here in the past. Different track, but Fear the Crush, at least you used this one on the ticket. Kenny's top pick.
Yeah, 12-1. I mean, I'm probably being a little bit hard on her after the last effort. I mean, she's got to show more for me to get back in my good graces to be put on top. But I think she'll play underneath, but I can't get there on the business end.
And I went to Carson's Gouda, but I don't like 3-2, so I love your idea of My Mother Pearl at 5-1 instead. It's Faded Fire, My Mother Pearl, Sports Duchess to the inside. Layla Blue, Sweet Cheeses in the center with Carson's Gouda to the outside. Fear the Crush and Getting Euchred. Field of 8. Race number 8, and I think we have a starter's recall. That gives us just a little more time, Rob, because there's some horses in here that deserve another look. How about Layla Blue?
over the course of their meets, and she kind of went winless for quite a while this season. And Sugar Doyle and I kept saying, she was racing, you know, too good to not have a victory in her card. And then they kind of started piling up for her, and one of those was actually 2 starts ago, and she went from the trailing post there. And last time out, I mean, I watched that replay, and I was hoping to see that she was locked in or something, or had a stopper in front of her, but that wasn't the way it played out. So I couldn't get there to her in my top four this time around, but I do have a lot of respect for that mare, and she's a 16-time winner, and she's literally just under $1,000 shy of $200,000 in career earnings.
Maybe you were just choking there on the fact that you didn't have her in the top four, thinking again about,
Yeah, I
how good
was.
she can be. Look, the reason for the starter's recall, Carson's Gouda went back to the paddock. And Carson's Gouda, we didn't touch on that one. My top pick was getting an enormous amount of love. Now, what is Carson's Gouda? Has come back up. 7-2 seems a little more fair. Look, this is one that last year was really good in limited action. Hasn't won yet this year, but does show improved form. And that won 2 starts ago, second to Layla Blue, beaten just a quarter of a length.
Yeah, we've seen this odds board really shift behind the gate. Like Faded Fire goes down to even money. Now we get the redo, so we got to actually see how it was going to all shake out, right? Even money, Faded Fire, and Carson's Gouda goes up to 7-2. But yeah, Carson's Gouda, I thought the last effort was great, and I mean, I actually thought Louis Gray gave her a fantastic steer as well to get her in that position. Left out of there, sat a perfect trip, just didn't have the pony to stay with Miss Quicksand, who to me that was a big heart building win for that one that came from Mohawk Park, and she kind of fallen on, I don't want to say hard times, but I mean she was kind of just picking up small pieces there with frequency, and needed to get back, in the win column, and she did that. But Carson's Gouda was a real nice second. She was 3 lengths back at the wire, but now she's been second in 3 of her last 4. So I think she's probably going to go forward off the gate again tonight, and she fits in very nicely with this group. So as long as the price is right, Gary, I mean, I don't think you can go wrong with backing a nice mare like her.
Now, was one of the reasons that you liked My Mother Pearl? Do you see My Mother Pearl maybe being able to grab the early lead? And I was thinking that that might be the case with maybe Carson's Gouda getting a pocket trip this time.
Yeah, that's the hope. I mean, the hope is My Mother Pearl is going to be, on the engine, at worst in the 2 hole. But I just think you've got post 7 one week, even though we certainly think that you can leave from out there. But post 7 the week before, now post 2, should be tight on that regular schedule. My hope is she's going guns blazing off the gate, and she's going to look to chop it out.
Well, your hope is My Mother Pearl. I went to Carson's Gouda, Ken Middleton, Fear the Crush, and also Faded Fire was Conley's choice. So we're all over the board. We're going to get to find out how it is because it's a field of 8 for the 8th race on a Friday night at the Grand River Raceway. Take 2. And the field for race number 8. All in position, gathering speed, approaching the start. And they're at the start and they're off. And Fear the Crush is going to try leaving this week. And Layla Blue is out well. Faded Fire on the inside. Then getting euchred. My Mother Pearl is 5th away now. Then Sports Duchess. Then it is back to Sweet Cheeses. And Carson's Gouda is relaxed to it. To trail the field, Fear the Crush at 19-1 has the lead, and getting euchred is filling the pocket. Faded Fire is going to try that first up trip now and move quickly. And then Layla Blue as they come off the turn. My Mother Pearl is on the inside, racing position 5. Sports Duchess 6th, and then Sweet Cheeses, and Carson's Gouda is back trailing the field. Faded Fire is going to come on and clear. 27 seconds, the opening quarter, and it is Faded Fire. Fear the Crush is racing second. Now My Mother Pearl is going to work up on the outside, coming first over, and getting euchred is on the inside 4th, and now Sports Duchess is on the outside 5th. Layla Blue is 6th. Carson's Gouda, different tactics this week now, has moved up and passed a couple now. Layla Blue is second from last, and Sweet Cheeses is back trailing the field. Faded Fire, lively half 55 and 3. Faded Fire, My Mother Pearl is forcing the issue. Sports Duchess has come on the scene third. And now Carson's Gouda, who was well back early, has come on to take over fourth in his closing ground. And they head on towards three quarters. And it is Faded Fire and My Mother Pearl. Faded Fire holds on to a slim lead at 6-5. My Mother Pearl at 3-1. Then Sports Duchess, Carson's Gouda is getting closer now. Is sent out 3 wide. Then it is Sweet Jesus and Layla Blue. Fear of the Crush and trailing, getting euchred. 3 across the track as they turn for home. My Mother Pearl now has come on to take a slim lead. On the inside, Faded Fire. Sports Duchess up the inside. Carson's Gouda. They come to the finish. My Mother Pearl. My Mother Pearl wins it. Then it was Sports Duchess and Faded Fire and Carson's Gouda. My Mother Pearl, a first up trip, 153 and 3. And, well, Rob, you did get the win. My Mother Pearl in a really interesting dash.
Yeah, it's nice to get the best bet down on the card at 3-1. I'll be honest, Gary, not the way we drew it up. But you know what? At the end of the day, she raced absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure going into this, Dale Spence knew this, and she's feeling good about herself, and we're just gonna, he kind of called an audible off the gate. Look, he was trying to go forward, lots of speed early. He took back, and we've said it all along. If you're on a horse that's well meant, that's in with a chance, first up is not the worst place to be. But wow, did they ever throw it down in that middle half there? I didn't know she was able to withstand that, but she came home, in 30 seconds. But I mean, look all the work they did before that, and she was a horse that was ready to roll tonight. So hats off to Ben Hollingsworth and Daryl Spence, and I'm just happy we end up on the right side of it at 3-1.
I wasn't sure if Faded Fire managed to pick up second over Sports Duchess. It's close between those two. I did like Carson's Gouda right around about three quarters, but just didn't fire in the late going.
No, you know what? I actually that's who I was most worried about. Obviously, on the turn, I mean, Louis Gregg put her in a perfect position, and it looked like she was going to come forward with authority, right? And she just didn't fire in the stretch. We've seen horses win off that trip tonight, so it was kind of a fair and square effort for her. But yeah, My Mother Pearl, like I said, I mean, exceeded my expectations. I'll be honest. When that trip scenario happened, I said, okay, well, might have to take our lumps here, and she'll probably be second or third. But she raced absolutely fantastic.
And Fear the Crush tried a different plan here, and it didn't work out.
No, it didn't. I mean, I thought maybe that might wake her up a little bit because I've seen her win on the engine this year. But yeah, she's right now. I mean, I think she might need to face a softer group before she gets back to the winner's circle.
Well, your top pick is back in front of us. Number 2, My Mother Pearl, a 7-year-old Big Jim Bay mare, owned and trained by Ben Hollingsworth. Dale Spence, the winning driver. Third win this year. My Mother Pearl, 15th win lifetime. My Mother Pearl, 153 and 3. race payouts to my mother Pearl, age 64, 3340. One Faded Fire, 320, 273. Sports Duchess, 350. $2 Exactor, 2610. Dollar Try, 45.80. Dollar Super, 160.20. Eighth race, or a finish from the tops at 213 56487. That's 213 56487 on the bottom. Field for the ninth on parade. A field of 5-1. Mock and a trick. Austin, sorry for Francis Gilmet. Number 2 is About a Boy. Travis Henry for Ashley Lenvoy and Dana White. Number 3, Payne for Perez. Scott Culver, Cassidy Schneider, and Colonel Schneider Jr. 4 is Serial Killer. Anthony Hott for Courtney Robson. 5 is Silverback Jack. Jason Wright for Carl Dawson and Marissa Wilson. It's a field of 5. The 6 is Scratch. Let's get right away to the favorite in here. Number 2, About a Boy. Used gate speed last week, and well, with a field of 5, About a Boy could well make the lead and then kind of get things his own way. Veteran About a Boy, 3-5, Rob.
Yeah, 3-5. I mean, that's pretty short. I mean, we kind of knew that he was going to take that kind of support, though, Gary, because last time, same post, went to the lead, and obviously, held a comfortable margin throughout before holding on against Tory Time. Came home in 31 seconds, though, but has been in good order as of late for Ashley Lenvoy. Top 2 finishes each of his last 3. I thought he was a clear one to beat, but, I mean, 1-2 is always a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, and look, I don't think you're going to get much more than that because this field of 5 and About a Boy comes in with 3 consecutive, 4 straight top 3s, but 3 really fine efforts, and 3 of them from tough posts even.
Yeah, definitely. Like those posts at Flamborough, right? I mean, he wasn't even able to get, he was forwardly placed, but I mean, he was mid-pack and was still able to overcome that journey to get a big piece of it. I think tonight the game plan is going to be to go right on down the road again, and against that short field, we'll likely see it become a bit of a strategy race between the drivers.
Number 3, Payne for Prez, is the one we both nominated as the one to use on the exactor ticket, and raced better last race to come from out of it to get third.
Yeah, I thought it was a good effort, and he's a horse that, for me, when he's going to be getting those top 2, top 3 finishes is likely going to come if he's on the lead or close to it. And seeing him kind of come from off the pace to claim the show spot said, okay, you know what, he's ready for a big effort, I think. So I kind of liked him, for a piece of it on that occasion at 45-1. And I think he's the one you'd want to go to if you want to upset About a Boy here. Again, I'm hoping the plan is to go forward off the gates, maybe sit a 2-hole trip. I don't know if About a Boy's going to let him cut it out, but either way, I think that's the one you'd want to get involved in if you're looking for an upset.
He was a good one early in his career and took a mark of 50, but, that's 5 years ago. Number 4, Serial Killer, did have a couple of good races. Clinton, last race wasn't quite as good.
No, it wasn't, but I mean, tough trip on that occasion. 10-1, Sports Nation. I think kind of swept that series there too. So it was in against a pretty solid group. I hit the board in each of the 2 before that, and no Lasix at Clinton, so gets back on the Lasix program tonight. Serial Killer is one that I think you got to use for a share. I would say, for me, bottom end of the try and super.
If you're going to try to nail the super straight, because you might need to do that with the prices here, 2, 3, 4. Which way are you going? 1 or 5?
Well, it's mocking a trick at the 1, and you know what? He took a lot of money throughout the betting cycle. Kind of a tricky one, right? Like he literally lives his name mocking a trick, but he's a tricky horse as well because he makes breaks and stuff like that. He can misbehave, but make no mistake about it. With his A game, he beats this field. So it just depends if he's ready for it. If he's going to take to the surface here, he can win from anywhere too. So he's the one to be concerned about here, Gary, at 7-2.
It's a field of 5 for the 9th dash. Mocking a trick. About a Boy on the inside. In the center, Payne for Prez. To the outside, Serial Killer and Silverback Jack. It's a field of 5. It's the 9th race on a Friday night at Grand River Raceway. They are into the backstretch, gathering speed, nearing the starts. Field for the 9th race. All in position. They're at the start of the rough, and Silverback Jack on the outside with Serial Killer. Now About a Boy is going to press on through on the inside. About a Boy against Serial Killer for the top two spots, and it is About a Boy with the advantage. Serial Killer's racing second, Pain for Prez third. Then it is Silverback Jack, and Mockin' a Trick is well back, trailing the field right now. About a Boy dropped down to 1-5 on the board and leads by about a length and a half. Racing second is Serial Killer as they come off the turn. Pain for Prez is on the inside third. Opening quarter, 28 seconds. Then Silverback Jack and Mockin' a Trick is trailing the field. About a Boy and Travis Henry has that lead at a length and a half right now over Serial Killer. Pain for Perez is racing 3 off the lead third as they're about to enter the backstretch, and then it is Silverback Jack and Mockin' a Trick on past the half. They go off at 28 opening quarter, 57 and 2 half, and About a Boy enjoying the view on top, and that is Serial Killer right there in the pocket. Just a length and a half back. Pain for Perez stays on the inside. Mockin' a Trick is going to move on the outside now. And then Silverback Jack. And it is About a Boy. Mockin' a Trick on the outside is coming up aggressively now against About a Boy. It's About a Boy. Now Mockin' a Trick, and About a Boy is going to drive on as it is About a Boy as the field works their way towards the top of the stretch. About a Boy, a 1-5 on the board, has the lead. Serial Killer is racing position second. Mockin' a Trick has dropped back to third. Silverback Jacket on the inside. Pain for Prez on down the stretch route they come. And it's About a Boy who's got the lead. About a Boy, Serial Killer. About a Boy is cruising to the finish. Serial Killer is second. Pain for Prez is racing third at the finish. And then fourth as they rolled on the passes. That was Silverback Jack. 156 and 3 is the mile time. Race number 9, 156 and 3, and a kind of pretty easy play for About a Boy.
Yeah, it was pretty easy, and I mean, Mockin' a Trick made that move first over and was rushing up because, I mean, they were going pretty slow in that third quarter, right? So took a shot at that point, and the minute Travis Henry kind of sensed that one coming, he just kind of put his foot in the accelerator for a moment and rebuffed that challenge. And yeah, it was pretty much a formality that race for About a Boy, Gary. I mean, easy things happening on the engine as it can happen in a short field. And there was no beating him, with those kind of fractions. And again, he kind of stood out in there, doubles up.
Yeah, Mockin' a Trick made a bit of a play at it, but still, nonetheless, About a Boy just had too much for this field, and that's why it was sitting on the board at 1-5, and pretty solid, smooth effort for the veteran.
Yeah, it was. I mean, a horse too. Make no mistake about it. I mean, he's been in good order, like we mentioned, right? He's now hit the board in 5 straight, back-to-back victories here at the River. Loves the new surface here, and looks pretty proud of himself coming back to the winner's circle. So he deserved the respect at 1-5. I thought we'd use another one in there to try to get a price down, but he was no beating About a Boy tonight.
Well, it was a pretty straight up field and field of just 5. We'll come back and talk to you before the 10th race, but you are going to Pound Cake Gym and wanted your spot play for the night. I want to see how that works out because I got Port St. Charles as my top pick. So we'll talk to you about that one. Pound Cake Gym, your spot play on the night, as I'm giving people a little heads up for race number 10, Rob.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that one. I made 3 plays of the night tonight. We're 2 for 2 so far, so hopefully we'll get it down with our third.
Well, we shall find out. Back in front of us is number 2, About a Boy, 10-year-old Dally Bay gelding, and it is the 23rd win lifetime for About a Boy, the 4th win this year, 2nd in a row. The owners are Ashley Lenvoy and Dana White. Ashley Lenvoy, the trainer. Travis Henry is the winning driver on About a Boy, 156 and 3. The ninth race. Number 2, About a Boy. 270, 210, 210. 4, Serial Killer. 440, 310. 3, Pain for Prize. 270. $2 Exactor. 640. Dollar Try. 680. Dollar Super. $12.20. Ninth race order finish from the top is a 51324 scratch. That's 51324 scratch. Field for the 10th on Parade 1, Port St. Charles, Todd Ratchford for Jack Moisan for the Mo and Joe Stable, and Nancy McNevin and David Morgan. Number 2, Private Dance, Austin Surrey for Laura Toscani. Number 3 is Party Pass, Scott Kohler for Richard Leroux. And 4 is Minotaur. It's Jay Harris for Sean Stacy and Hudson Stanabrats.
That's a 6.
Number 6, BJ's Choice, Jason Ryan for Mark Goddard and William Brown. Number 7, Pound Cake Jim, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Leonard Gamble. 8 is All-Star Whatchacallit, Travis Henry for Gord Dancedovic and Bob Dancedovic and Ken Albrecht. 9 is Always Be Sweetest, Dale Spence for Mackenzie Spence and Shen Go. And 5 is Ace 44 Hawk. Steve Houdon drives and trains for Joe Montour. Field of 9, race number 10. Let's get a look at this field and your spot play. Number 7, Pound Cake Jim. Nice job from off the pace last race and had to do some work on the outside. And now your top one off of a second last time out.
2 to 5 right now, Gary, which I mean, I don't think we end up there because actually the second choice in the pick 4 and the pick 5 will pays. So, and that's behind the 1 Port St. Charles. But yeah, no, I thought last time it was a nice effort. Got away 7th off the gate. Ended up, making that first over rush right on World Revival, and kind of got even with that foe before being rebuffed and having to settle for second by more than 3 lengths. But I thought it was a real nice step in the right direction after making a break and stride at Flamborough Downs more than 2 weeks earlier. And now you come back on that regular rotation with a flat line to his credit. 2 races of real, outings of real race experience under his belt. I love him in here. I just hate the price of 1 to 5.
Well, I like him. I just don't like Pound Cake, so I might have been biased against the horse. Pound Cake and Rice Pudding are my 2 on the bottom of the dessert hierarchy.
Rice pudding.
They both need to be voted off Dessert Island. Let's go to number 1, Port St. Charles, and your thoughts on that one on the inside.
Well, a little bit. He suffered some interference early in the race last time. Had a breaker kind of send them kind of wide, and it looks like Port St. Charles wanted to get more forwardly placed, then had to take a seat before then going an overland journey after that. And I thought race, okay to finish 5th. Coming out of that same race, Mr. Commodore and Brookdale George. Brookdale George came back tonight to race pretty well, so it's kind of a good form reference for him. No on the board finishes in 6 tries, but I think last time out that transition to the surface here at the river was favorable for him. So I like his chances, and I like him a lot more at 11 to 1. I don't know if these prices are going to hold up come post time, but I would definitely say that the 1 Port St. Charles is a much better bet than Pound Cake Jim right now, even though I'm very fond of Pound Cake Jim tonight.
And 2 Private Dance. And by the way, I want to throw this in. People who love rice pudding, their favorite color is probably beige. Private Dance has had 2 starts and has been okay. 4th, could build off of those 2 and get into the top 3.
Well, I like it. My favorite color is blue. But Private Dance, yeah, I just think was going to try to sit a favorable trip. Has been 4th in each of his 2 lifetime starts so far. No reason why he can't sit a favorable journey in here. And 23 to 1, obviously inflated because there's 1 horse taking all the support right now and a couple others behind that one at 7 to 1. But I think you need to have Private Dance in your high fives.
Quick thoughts on Always Be Sweetest and Minotaur.
Well, I mean, trailing posts is always tricky. I mean, that's why I think 7 to 1 might be an underlay right now, and the 9 Always Be Sweetest. Minotaur is one that I kind of liked in his two starts last year. It didn't work out. This year, he's been facing softer competition, and I think he's trending in the right direction. So I don't think he's out of place against this group, but I'd say bottom end of the exotics is probably his ceiling.
Well, your pound cake Jim is 2 to 5 on the board, and I'm on Port St. Charles at 5 to 1 with their positions. Port St. Charles, Private Dance, and Party Pass, and in the center, Minotaur, Ace 44 Hawk to the outside, BJ's Choice, Pound Cake Jim, and All Star What You Call It, and Always Be Sweetest. It's a field of 9 for race number 10. They're at the start and they're off. And Ace 44 Hawk, Minotaur, the first couple. Now Party Pass on the inside. Looks to pass those two. Then Port St. Charles, and now Port St. Charles driving through, but it is Minotaur to take the lead. Port St. Charles fell down to 6 to 5 and is racing second. Party Pass has 2 to pass to win now. Then Pound Cake Jim is racing position fourth and works on over to the pylons. Then it is back to Ace 44 Hawk. Further back is All Star What You Call It, BJ's Choice. Then it is Private Dance as they work their way off the turn, and Always Be Sweetest in the field charges their way to a quarter of 27 and 2 and rolls on past us. Minotaur and Jay Harris has the lead. Port St. Charles is right there in top of the pocket, and Party Pass is racing third. Then fourth, and coming out now is Pound Cake Jim, who deserted the pylons and is moving first up. And then following to the outside, that is right now Ace 44 Hawk. And now on the inside, reclaiming fifth is All Star What You Call It. Ace 44 Hawk is sixth. Then Always Be Sweetest. Back further is BJ's Choice. Private Dance has to waltz by 8 to win. Now Port St. Charles pulled out and is trying to tackle Minotaur. They're going at it. It is Port St. Charles who's come on to take a slim lead. Minotaur on the inside trying to fend off Port St. Charles and hasn't thrown in the towel. Is fighting back gamely on the inside. Minotaur and Port St. Charles, and Pound Cake Jim now has deserted contention with a break in stride. Party Pass is third. All Star What You Call It, Always Be Sweetest comes on late to grab fifth, and then coming on is BJ's Choice, 3/4 125 and 1. Port St. Charles as they turn for home. Port St. Charles. Port St. Charles, as they come to the finish, now can throw down anchor because has the win sewn up. Port St. Charles, and then Minotaur coming late. Always Be Sweetest to pick up third. Close for fourth, 155 and 3. Port St. Charles is going to ship back into the winner's circle in a moment. Rob, and the scores, but fell down to 6 to 5. A lot of late money came in on Port St. Charles.
Yeah, it came in late there. And you know what? Probably because Pound Cake Jim, looked a little bit steppy behind the gate. So on going into the backside to the start there, I thought he looked a little bit steppy, and that's when the odds kind of came a lot closer together. And he really didn't want to pace that whole mile. I mean, JBR did a good job keeping him flat as long as he did. And that opened the door for Port St. Charles, right? In a race where you think it's between two horses, one of them just didn't want to play tonight. The other one, a real nice effort. I mean, nice patient steer, too, by Todd Ratchford, waiting the two hole. I mean, Minotaur was certainly brave on the engine. So if he makes that move any sooner, maybe he gets parked out there a lot longer. It doesn't work out this way. He ends up, forging past that one. But what an effort for Minotaur! A horse that was dead game on the engine there.
And Always Be Sweetest came from well out of it to pick up third. So those two that I asked you about, Minotaur and Always Be Sweetest, pick up second and third.
Yeah, they end up, and this should obviously pay well. I know you still get the favorite down. I mean, Port St. Charles gets bet down to favoritism. Now he was the favorite in both the pick 4 and the pick 5, so it makes sense that he would end up there anyways. But with Pound Cake Jim making that miscue and getting off the ticket, it's going to help the payouts, right? You have logical horses 7 to 1, 11 to 1, and behind them, but then of course you get the extreme long shots after that in a race where two horses took all the support, but only one lands on the ticket.
Yeah, 50 to 1 on All Star What You Call It and BJ's Choice at 40 to 1. But Port St. Charles, it kind of played out well for Port St. Charles. So, well, Mr. Rice Pudding, you didn't get Pound Cake Jim down in the 10th, but you certainly had yourself a pretty fine night, and you also scored another pick 5, so both pick 5s.
Yeah, it didn't pay all that much, but hey, we'll take it. We got a profit on both of them, Gary, and you're right. At least we kind of zeroed in on the night, and now I feel like we're ready for a big week next week.
Well, have yourself some rice pudding over the weekend, and we'll talk to you on Monday. Back in front of us is Port St. Charles. Todd Ratchford, the winning drive. Port St. Charles is a 4-year-old sports writer. Bay Gelding, the Mo and Joe stable owns, along with Nancy McNevin and David Morgan. Jack Moiseev is the trainer. First win for Port St. Charles, victorious in 155-3. Field for the 10th race payouts, rather. 1 Port St. Charles, 450, 330, 320. 1 Minotaur, 520, 320. 9 Always Be Sweetest, 390. Dollar. Well, let's wait for the exactor. It's numbers 1 and 4 on a $2 exactor, 26.50. Dollar try, 72.20. Double of 2 and 1, 5.50. Dollar pick 3, 16.35. Dollar pick 4, 26.90. Dollar pick 5, 122.65. And note that 20 cent high five. We'll get back to it in a second. The 20 cent high five. Nice high five in race number 10, numbers 14986, 1732.63. The pick 505 is 122.65. The 10th race order of finish from the top down, 186275943. That's 186275943 on the bottom. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Friday evening. Action resumes on Monday. Our first race on Monday will go to post at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Josie Bean.